About one more minute and then we'll get going here. And Sarah, you're all set? We're very loud tonight. Can we get that turned down just a little bit so I don't blow the crowd's eardrums? Thank you. Well, welcome everybody. Thank you for coming this evening. I'm going to call to order the regularly scheduled meeting of Tuesday, December 13th, 2022. Please join me for a flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Assembly of the City and Borough of Sitka would like to respectfully acknowledge the traditional first people of Sitka. With gratitude, we proceed on Tlingit Ani. Sarah, roll call, please.
Mayor Eisenbeis.
Present.
Mr. Mosier.
Here.
Ms. Duncan.
Here.
Mr. Yestad.
Here.
Mr. Christensen.
Here.
And Mr. Pike.
Here. Are there any correspondence or agenda changes this evening? Seeing none, that'll bring us to special reports. Tonight, we do have a scheduled special report from the Energy Transition Initiative Partnership Project from the participating National Energy Labs. Scott Elder, if you'd like to introduce our guests this evening, and then please, you have the floor.
Thank you. As many of you know, the city applied for and received a Department of Energy grant through the Energy Transition Initiative Partnership Program, or ETIP. This grant has provided the CBS with technical assistance from the national laboratories, specifically the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory and the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, and further assistance from the Renewable Energy Alaska Project. Early in the process, the electric department met with the ETIP team and to establish the scope of work for this project. We requested that the laboratories assist with strategies for long-term energy planning, minimizing rate impacts, improving resilience, and gathering data to secure financial support for energy investments. We are excited about the work which has been accomplished and pleased to introduce our guest tonight. I am pleased to introduce Amy Solana, research engineer from PNNL, specializing in renewable energy projects and net zero strategies. Also, Molly Greer, a PNNL ocean engineer focused on emerging ocean technology and coastal community energy projects. And Rob Jordan, the ETIP regional partner and managing consultant for the Renewable Energy Alaska Project. We'd like to welcome them here and interested in hearing their presentation.
Good evening, welcome, and please.
Thank you. I'll let Amy get this presentation up. All right. You want to go to the next slide? So as Scott said, ETIP is a project that was stood up by the Department of Energy a couple of years ago. We try to help communities that are remote and islanded, interested in energy transitions or improving their energy resilience. And energy resilience can mean all sorts of different things, whether that's adapting to changing climate or better preparing for natural hazards. Each community has their own ideas about what they want to do, and we try to provide the technical assistance that they are most interested in. Next slide. Sitka was part of the first cohort of these projects. The first cohort had 11 communities, and the second cohort, which is just getting started now, has 12. This project is pretty cool because there's a whole lot of different communities and partners. You have us here from the national labs, but we also work with a bunch of different regional partners, like Rob at REAP, to sort of understand the local community context and better help the community with the projects that they're interested in. You can go to the next slide. And then I just want to thank a whole bunch of people that were part of this at both PNNL and NREL. We had a whole bunch of technical experts that were supporting this project. You just have me and Amy here tonight, but we had a whole lot of other people helping us along the way. And now I'll pass it on to Amy.
All right, thanks. Okay. Okay, so this is just a little bit of a recap of what Scott went over as far as our initial planning with the electric department with CBS. And so we first established the project goals with the city. So they emphasized that they really wanted some long-term planning assistance from the national laboratories, and for us to help them develop a strategy to minimize rate impacts on customers as they grow and as energy generation needs increase in the future. So in addition to additional generation, they wanted to make sure that the considerations for energy resilience and minimizing climate impacts were taken into account, specifically avoiding future reliance on diesel, and making sure that the results of our assessment provided them the data to secure financing for these energy investments. So with those goals in mind, we developed a scope with them, with three key aspects. First, generation planning. So we conducted a renewable energy assessment to look at what options there are for CBS. Secondly, microgrid planning. So if you're bringing on additional generation and the load is growing, you're going to need to take into account changes to the distribution and transmission that bring electricity to the region. And then finally, thinking about what are ways to optimize the resources for economic benefit. And so one idea that they had that we focused on was green energy production and export. So this slide has a lot of detail, but basically it walks you through the current situation for CBS. So the electric generation is currently basically 99 to 100% renewable already. It's a really clean grid. But looking forward, as load grows, more reliance will be needed on diesel. So currently hydro provides the majority of the generation, which is shown on that graph on the left in gray. And you can see that it meets the green line, which is the current load for CBS. And you can see a couple little spikes there shown in blue, and that's where diesel generation needed to be used to supplement the hydro at specific times. The yellow line right above the green shows the expected load in about 5 to 10 years. So this is with the new hospital coming online and electrification of the ports and the tourism industry. So these loads are known that they're going to be coming. The current resources exist to meet those loads, but again, trying to look forward and reduce that reliance on diesel was the purpose of this project. And looking even farther forward, as electrification continues with electric vehicles and homes and buildings switching from fossil fuel heating to heat pumps, you will eventually reach something along the lines of what's shown in blue at the very top. So that's a huge growth in load that really needs some planning now to address what is coming. The graph on the right shows the current 5 to 10 year load and then future load, and compared to on an annual basis, compared to the water that's available at the dams. And so you can see on an average and high water years, there's no issues whatsoever in meeting the load, but on a low water year, the current load is right up against that. And so what that means is not that you're going to run out of power, but that more reliance on diesel and interruptible loads is required. So we looked at wind, solar, geothermal, tidal, and wave resources as options. Hydropower, additional hydropower has also been considered in TCATS, and it's shown here on this table just as a comparison point. And so something that came up last night in the discussion with the Sustainability Commission was that when you look at this chart, which shows more beneficial characteristics in dark blue and more challenging characteristics in light blue, you really have to consider the capital cost in conjunction with the power generation columns. So while some of these projects like hydropower and wind are more expensive than others like solar, on an installed kilowatt basis, the power generation is so much higher that on a lifetime basis, it's actually more cost effective to develop resources like that. The wind resource is the strongest resource that there is available, is what we found. There were several locations that we assessed throughout this project, and Beaver Lake and Lucky Chance are the locations that are shown here to be the most favorable as far as wind production goes. Also with consideration for transmission and constructibility of those locations. So between those 4 turbines shown there, you could have up to about 24 megawatts of power. When this wind project would take approximately 4 years to implement, or any of these. So it is kind of a more near-term option for Sitka. Solar PV is also a near-term option. Solar PV is pretty straightforward, takes about a year to implement this technology, but the options here are a lot more limited. Really large rooftops that are south-facing are the best for solar development. And of course, the generation is going to be primarily in summertime when currently your loads are in winter. So if you think about developing that wind resource, those 24 megawatts, and you add that to the existing hydro generation potential, you get this graph and compare it to that future electrification load. And so you can see it really helps supplement the hydro that's there and fill in the gaps. And there are still some gaps that are shown, which will be filled by management of the hydro resource. We've been talking this week about several technologies that are already in place, and Sitka is working with a third party already that is helping them better forecast their hydro resource so that they can reduce their spill over the dam and make sure it's used at a time when they know that more precipitation is coming. There are a few other options that could be looked at in the future. So geothermal at Goddard Hot Springs is one of them. So especially if there's going to be a load down on Bjorka Island that will need to be served by CBS, the transmission line would need to go right past Goddard. And so further investigation into this resource would be really beneficial. Currently, the resource has not been investigated since the 1980s. And then it was a very preliminary investigation. And what was found is that it looked promising, but really additional detailed investigation is needed to characterize the resource, to understand what the capacity is and if it's really feasible. What that detailed assessment means is drilling a well to understand what the heat flow is below the surface. And then other resources are wave and tidal. And so wave power has a really good match for the load in the high loads in winter. And so both of these technologies, though, are a little bit more in infancy as far as commercial development. And so that's why they're kind of looking out on the horizon. And they're going to be smaller scale than the wind opportunity. So the next thing, as I said, we also looked at preparing the grid to take on these additional generation resources. So the team developed a steady state grid model. And so this model looked at what would be the impact of power flow on the system if you added generation at any point. So you can see on the upper right, that's the grid. So you see Green Lake Substation, Blue Lake Substation, and then the loads downtown. And so if you put in wind turbines somewhere out there near Blue Lake, for instance, you would have additional power flow coming in. If you put in additional generation to CATS and then it comes in from the other side, how would that impact the power flow? We used an open source tool that syncs with other commercial tools so that CBS will be able to continue to use this in the future. They can test various scenarios, such as if they change operations at the hydro plants, if they want to install certain types of controls at certain locations. All of these can be tested before they make investments. The team also developed a dynamic grid model, and this was built off of the steady state grid model. And the dynamic model assesses in real time at the sub-second level what the impacts are of the generation resources. So if you put solar and wind on a distribution system, it's an intermittent load. And so it will vary the voltage that is going through the lines. And so you need to understand that as the loads vary and as the generation varies, how can they be matched so that all of the loads can be met. And so this assessment, as we used the model to determine, what can the existing system handle as far as additional intermittent load. And we found that 9 megawatts with the current system as it is would be the maximum that could be handled. If the city wants to put additional wind or solar generation on the system, then they would need to install additional controls, microgrid controls, upgrade the hydro controls or load controls, or put additional battery storage online. The team also looked at the existing infrastructure to understand what was there and what could be done for measurement and control of sensing of that to feed into that dynamic grid model, so that they understood at any point in time, what's happening on the system. So the team originally was going to install equipment, working with the city to purchase the equipment, and then we would take the measurements using that equipment to build into the dynamic grid model. But what we found was that there was already equipment on the system that could be used. So we made some adjustments on the equipment to enable us to take the measurements that were needed to build the dynamic grid model. And then also provided training to the electric department so that they could continue to use this into the future for enhanced monitoring and control. Also, we identified opportunities for further improvements to add data storage, again, to enable them to better control and understand the system operations. So the last piece of our assessment was to look at the potential for green fuels production. So while the hydropower currently can meet all of the load throughout the year and at points in time does need a supplemental energy, there are also periods of time where it has too much water behind the dams and needs to spill. And so this just depends on what the load is, what the precipitation is, or the melting snow additionally. And so the estimate is about 25 to 50 gigawatt hours per year of unutilized potential of water spilling over the dams that is not turned into electricity. With the development of wind at Lucky Chance and taking into consideration the load growth in 5 to 10 years, we estimate that all diesel generators could be replaced with clean fuel generation. So for instance, using a fuel cell with hydrogen or ammonia. across town. And so you would eliminate the need for diesel electricity generation. Alternatively, about 50% of the diesel used in fishing fleets could be replaced with clean fuels currently, or about 3/4 once you add that wind. And then about 1/4 of diesel use across the city could be replaced with clean fuels. This is just a hypothetical scenario that we ran. Of course, the next steps would be to consider what the infrastructure would be required and to move forward with this plan. In summary, our project helped CBS plan. So they want to prepare to meet their expected load growth and also plan for future scenarios with reduced precipitation, those low water years. Taking that planning, moving forward and looking at how will they invest. So investing with planning is going to reduce or hopefully eliminate the need for a sudden investment where you get to a point where, oh no, we're out of power. What do we do? So they're going to have an answer to that. They're going to be able to diversify with clean energy sources going into the future, and then leverage any excess clean power for economic benefit. And then with that planned investment, that will be a benefit to the community to avoid those sudden rate increases and provide resilience in a changing climate. With that, I can open it up for questions.
Great. Thank you for that presentation. I'm sure that barely scratches the surface of the work you've done here, but I'm sure if it was much more technical, I would not understand any of it. So I appreciate that. Would ask the assembly if they had any questions for our presenters. Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was here last night as the liaison for the Sustainability Commission, so I had the pleasure of seeing this in its entirety last night. But just so the public knows, there will be a more formal report coming out the end of January, correct, with a lot more data. This is just a brief overview. Okay. And so they're nodding yes, and so that means people can look forward to that. I don't have any specific questions. I just want to say thank you very much for doing this. This was, for people who don't know, this was a federal grant. We did not have to pay for their labor or their expertise in any way. We had a little staff time. Obviously, the staff had to work with them, but based on my conversations with people in the electric department, it was a labor of love here for these people, these guys, members of your team, that they really went the extra mile to try to help. And I think that's just tremendous. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say, one of your last slides talked about producing the green fuels, probably more ammonia than hydrogen, it sounds like. And up until about a year ago, I hadn't heard of that. Now I've heard way more than I ever thought I would. But I think that it's interesting, and I hope that we can amplify that, because that's a way for us to store energy and sell it. I mean, and I didn't realize till fairly recently that ammonia makes pretty good fuel, and that apparently a lot of big diesel manufacturers are working on engines now, or that would, I don't know if you can convert an existing diesel, but I think you can definitely get engines that are similar to a diesel that run on ammonia. And I guess all you need to make ammonia is electricity. So that excites me to see that the idea that we can kind of reach out beyond just the grid, and then again, it helps smooth out the peaks and valleys a bit. So thank you guys for looking into that.
Chris?
Yeah, I did have a couple questions on the wind generation. Your report says up to 24 megawatts. What's the scenario to be able to create that much energy? Was that 4 turbines? And what sort of winds are we looking at to be able to create that?
Yeah, so that's assuming that it would be a 6 megawatt turbine in each of those 4 locations that were shown. The wind resource is really great. I don't recall specifically. Are you looking for like wind speeds?
Yeah, I guess.
Or,
like what sort of average wind speed do you need to be able to create that?
I can get back to you. I don't know if you guys remember.
Looked at it, from a megawatt hours per year. Overall availability was 40% plus.
Producing that amount. Okay. And then I do have another question and I'm a little scared to ask it, but what are the cost estimates of one of these turbines right now? Because for me, it seems like one of the more feasible ways to go about it at the moment, but obviously cost is always a driving factor. So just out of curiosity.
Yeah, so I will say that of the options shown, it is the most cost effective across the lifetime of those technologies. I'm thinking it was, again, the numbers are escaping me, we'd range.
They are actually preparing. The next one,
Yeah, that's why I was a little scared to ask. But
as we received that, minded these are
Yeah, the scope of what we're doing is to provide general, like, first look at costs, and then moving forward, it would be more specific,
yeah,
looking at the access roads and,
Yeah.
specific terrain.
yeah,
here.
it's obviously a pretty big project. I do have to say, just like Tor, I'm extremely excited about the green energy possibilities for the future. 20 years ago, when I was still in high school, I did a report on hydrogen powered cars, thinking of the true fuel of the future. And that was 20 years ago in a Mazda Miata, and it performed extremely well. So I'm waiting.
Crystal?
Yeah, mine also goes back to Tor's, so slide 15 about the greenfield production potential. And mine might be a little bit premature as well, because I was wondering, you had mentioned there are infrastructure outlays, and I was wondering what the approximate cost to start moving in that direction based off of the potential, but it sounds like that might still be being worked out. Is that correct?
Yeah, we will have those numbers for y'all in that final report, but
Perfect.
don't have them on hand.
Perfect. And just like Tor had mentioned, he said it was a year ago. For me, it was this slide presentation that kind of introduced me. So it's exciting to hear more about. Thank you for the presentation.
I just one question for myself, because I won't beat you up about costs and rates on wind farms and if they're actually able to break even. That'll come out in your report. But I did notice there wasn't much about our dams and the potential future higher efficiency turbines that could come out. Is that even a blip on the radar at this point, or are we running about what we can get out of our turbines? So there's no need to look at kind of, I guess I'm asking because of existing infrastructure and rather than developing something new.
So the hydro was not in our scope, but I will say that I got some great tours today and yesterday of the dams and the powerhouses, and the new infrastructure, the new equipment that's at Blue Lake is really impressive. We talked about the flywheels that are on there that will be able to act as kind of a balancer of the power. And so it'll help absorb some of the excess energy and then, using it in times of need. So I think what's there is, it does not need to be improved upon.
Okay, yeah, I can definitely say at Blue Lake, I would hope those are fairly modern. We spent a little bit on those. But, Green Lake, and then like the efficiencies that are coming up in the next 10 years. I don't know if that technology has reached its peak or, but yeah, again, thank you much. If there's nothing else from the assembly. Great, we appreciate your time. We appreciate your presentation and all your work with our municipality to try and make us a better community in the future. Thank you. So continuing on with special reports this evening, is there anyone for government to government? Municipal boards, commissions, committees? Municipal departments? Anyone from the school district tonight? And then students and guests. So Hello, school district.
Hi, I'm Blossom Teal Olson, Sitka School Board President. I'm happy to be here this evening with you guys. Unfortunately, Mr. Hauser, our superintendent, is not allowed, or not allowed, Freudian slip, is unavailable to be here with me tonight. I do want to report that the heat pumps were installed at Blatchley Middle School and are working well. We also had the Mitsubishi techs inspect the heat pumps at Sitka High School and Pacific High School when they were in town, and they are operating properly. So thank you very much for your support when that problem arose. So moving on, the Sitka School District would like to thank Harry Green, the Maintenance and Operations Superintendent, and his crew for doing a great job keeping our streets plowed and sanded so our students and buses are able to get to school safely. December 19th through January 5th of 2023 is our winter break. And I'm happy to report that the Sitka School District has been included with 14 other school districts across the state to participate in the Alaska Statewide Family Engagement Center, which is a 5-year grant. The state of Alaska, this grant is through AASB, which thankfully included our district. The state of Alaska Department of Education and Early Development and more than 30 partners will develop an Alaskan State Family Engagement Center and the Alaska Family Coalition. So on that front, we are looking forward to what that may, the services that will help us provide to our families as we go forward into that grant. The Sitka School District is offering a free breakfast for all students for the remainder of the 2022-2023 school year. The Sitka School District received a grant from the National School Lunch Program and the Adult Care Food Program, allowing us to provide the first school breakfast meal free to all students, regardless of the student's eligibility status. I do have to say, any second breakfast would remain the full cost of $3.63. I do want to bring up the fact that we have continued to move forward in gathering information about Proposition 1 and how the Sitka School District will go forward with the projected funding. We held listening sessions October 27th and November 10th. We conducted a survey, 51.43% were parents of Sitka School District students, 12.86% were community members, 28.57% were Sitka School District staff members, and 7.14% were Sitka School District students. Out of the options, part of the survey, we asked to rank priorities, the top being student activity travel support, second being supporting a student, second being capping the activity participation fee to a yearly rather than per activity fee. I can go on, but we are working diligently on listening to the community and their ideas on how we should administer those funds. We will continue to reach out to the community on that matter. And lastly, we are looking forward to the Joint Assembly and the Sitka School Board Budget Work Session, January 19th, 2023. Do you have any questions?
Great. Thank you for your
All right,
report this
thank you.
evening. That'll bring us to persons to be heard. This is public participation for any item off of tonight's agenda, not to exceed 3 minutes for any individual.
Good evening. My name is Richard Ween. First off, I'd like to say if there are prizes tonight for the Christmas decorations on humans, it is Sarah and Jessica, hands down. Actually, the bad news is I like your sweater, Mayor. It's not ugly at all. And Administrator, that's a great tie. But I do have to say, one thing that I noted is that on the agenda that I looked at online, there was supposed to be a proclamation for recognition of December 7th, Pearl Harbor. And I was prepared here to say, thank you very much for that recognition, because these days the general media and so forth doesn't recognize it. And I'm sure that if I quiz high school students or below, they would also know very little about it, December 7th, 1941. And it was definitely a day that certainly changed the course of this country. And I can only tell you that that generation were the best of us, and we have inherited this blessed land from generations better than ours. We have problems recruiting for the Army, and there's a big reason why. On those days, people were willing to put their lives on the line and die for our country. And I don't think that exists anymore, and that's a sorry state. So I would like to remember December 7th and all those who perished on that day. So that is certainly one thing. I do have to tell you that the bottom line is we live in a beautiful place. Unfortunately, we are fully dependent on fossil fuels for all our goods and services. And that's not going to change with hydrogen per se, unless we get hydrogen barges and hydrogen planes and all this other stuff. But the important thing to note is the slaughter that takes place of avian life with these wind turbines. And if you notice on the screen, there was a turbine at Beaver Lake. And I can honestly say those kind of things are not going to mar the beauty of our wonderful city. And don't even think about it. I realize that, we may potentially need the electricity in the future, but how about thinking about limiting a little growth here and maintaining this beautiful, beautiful community? Technology is great, but there are obviously limits. Look at fusion.
Valerie Nelson, Sitka resident, business owner, and taxpayer. I'm here because I've had several people say they're disappointed that I didn't make it on that side of the table. And I am telling everybody, I'm happy I didn't. I can't imagine sitting on the same side of the table as somebody that advocated for me to be put to death. On the same way, some of you choose to block people that you don't agree with. You are all elected to represent all of us, and your emails should not ever be blocked to anybody. I've heard comments about people not getting back to them when they email staff or administration. I will say that the city clerk and the administrator, when I have issues, do return my calls and they return my emails. But I've stopped emailing any of you because nobody responded. Nobody except for the person that is sitting right there, that was Dave Miller. And he's gone now, so I don't bother emailing any of you. And I would hope that you would put in Sitka General Code or codify somewhere that you can't block your constituents, no matter if they are blue, black, brown, or white, or they're Democrat or Republican. You should listen to all your constituents. Thank you.
Is there anyone else for persons to be heard this evening?
My name's Scott Celine. I want to thank you guys for being here. I'm really happy that Pike is here because he can explain the difference between energy in a BTU and energy in a kilowatt. And it's all great and good, but absorbing heat from the ocean is really the low hanging fruit. And Doc Ween, I love you, but there's plenty of kids that are still stepping up to serve our country. And thank you very much.
Anyone else for persons to be heard? Any item off of tonight's agenda? Seeing none, that'll bring us to consent agenda. Seeing none, that'll bring us to consent agenda.
I move to approve the consent agenda consisting of item A, approving the minutes of the November 22 assembly meeting. Item B, approving liquor licenses for the Almarine Tours, the Pioneer Bar, and the Channel Club. And item C, approve the acting administrator list for 2023.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Is there any public comment? Sarah, on the consent agenda?
Okay, on the motion to approve the consent agenda consisting of items A, B, and C, Mayor Eisenbeiß,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
Mr. Yestad,
Yes.
Mr. Mosier,
Yes.
Ms. Duncan,
Yes.
and Mr. Pike.
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0.
Bring us to board, commission, and committee appointments. Item D.
I move to reappoint Dave Gordon to a 3-year term on the Port and Harbors Commission.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to reappoint Dave Gordon. Is there any public comment?
As it always should be, and especially those
Maybe you
people.
could state your name for the record,
I'm
please.
sorry. My name is not David Gordon. It is Richard Ween. One thing that's always important to do is to thank those people who step up to boards and commissions. And Dave Gordon is a reappointment, so he gets triple kudo points for that. He is a gentleman, a scholar, a pilot, and just very knowledgeable about what he does and has been doing it for a very long time. So thank you, Mr. Gordon, for stepping up for that.
Any other public comment on the reappointment of Dave Gordon? Assembly deliberation? Sarah?
Okay, on the motion to reappoint Mr. Gordon, Ms. Duncan,
Yes.
Mr. Pike,
Yes.
Mr. Yestad,
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbeiß,
Yes.
Mr. Mosier,
Yes.
and Mr. Christensen.
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0 on item D.
Thank you. I suspect the next item to take quite a while. So if we could take a 5-minute break before we get to that item, and then assembly, when you're ready, please be seated. The assembly is just about back, so we will get going in a minute here. Well, looking around in the crowd, I see that I would assume that most people are here for our next item of business. So if we'd like to jump into our next item of business this evening. Is it too quiet now? I blew people's eardrums before, but. All right, the assembly is seated. I think most everybody is here to talk to this next item. So without further ado, that would bring us to, which item is this? Item E, please.
I move to approve ordinance 2022-30 on second and final reading, Title 6, Business Licenses and Regulations of the Sitka General Code by revising Chapter 6.19, Regulation of Commercial Operators Selling Organized Excursions or Renting Equipment for Organized Excursions.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve ordinance 22-30. Is there any public comment? You do on the very bottom, yes, till there's a red light. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Neil McDermott. I'm the owner of a Whales Song Expeditions. Please do not allow this ordinance to pass this evening. The information you heard about this ordinance from the consultant and the administrator was not derived from all the facts and failed to recognize all factors. Most importantly, tour and outfitting operators were not represented in the construction of this ordinance. Due diligence would have dictated a meeting with all the stakeholders affected. This did not happen. The current permit proposed is a minimum 587% over the 2022 costs. If the cost of living had been increased over the past 20 years, the fee that was $400 in 22 would only be $726, not $2,750. There are approximately 10 companies that are not a part of any permitting process who also impact the cost at HCH more significantly than any of the tour operators affected by this ordinance. There's no permitting required for the largest boat-based company whose company use HCH in greater numbers than all the operators and outfitters combined that are affected by this ordinance. There are other operators who are not subject to the same, the other operators, I'm sorry, are not subject to the same liability insurance costs as those affected by this ordinance. The formula you were told that was used to determine the minimum bid amount used 150 cruise ship operating days. The reality is in 23, there are only 136. Viable tour days are not accounted for. A tour day is only viable to sell when there's a substantial consumer base. When only small ships and or ships on which excursions are included in the cost of the passengers' fares, operators don't even bother trying to sell here at HCH. In eliminating these days, the number of viable selling days is reduced to just 94 days per year, 60% lower than what you were told. Weather was not considered in determining operational days for boat-based tours, as cancellations on inclement weather days plus cruise ship passengers often wait to book their excursions in destination with less than And if they do with less than ideal weather, the passengers are significantly less willing to purchase boat-based excursions. Conservatively, this eliminates another 5 days. This total is now reduced to 89 cruise ship days for the 23 season, 69% lower than the 150 you were presented. I implore you to vote no until this ordinance considers all the factors and gives all the stakeholders a voice in its development. Please do it right the first time, or at least the best we can do in the beginning. Thank you.
And you just turn the mic off one more time.
Whoops.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Karen Mead, owner of A Whale Song Expeditions. The proposed bidding process threatens current businesses and discourages new businesses. If there is a tie in bids received, you are told the tiebreaker would be drawn from a hat. That's cruel and potentially devastating method. It's not a prize to be won like at a party. Yearly permitting discourages current and new companies from investing in assets and expanding their product lines for fear of not winning the bid or only being granted for the current year. Not adding capacities and new businesses will negatively affect growth in the city tax revenues. Why would a new or existing company invest major dollars, $80,000 to $200,000 for a vessel and additional costs with only a hope of having their bid accepted and perhaps only for 1 year? This burdens small new companies who are challenged to get pre-bookings and must rely heavily on in-destination sales. There has been a proposal for cruise ship passengers to be dropped off at different locations other than HCH. If this happens, these spaces will have little or no value to any tour operators. These changes come on the heels of the pandemic with 0 cruise ship passengers in 2020 and a little bit over 35,000 passengers in 21. There's no harm in delaying to get this right. Please take the time to consider all the facts and how this will affect local businesses. Work with us, seek our input, ask our concerns. Most importantly, make this the right plan that serves the needs of the city, small businesses, and a strategy that makes Sitka our visitors' favorite Alaska destination. I implore you to vote no until this ordinance considers all the factors and gives all the stakeholders a voice in its development. Please do it right the first time, or at least the best we can in the beginning.
Mic on, okay?
It is. Thank you.
Yeah, Patrick Davis, owner operator, Sea Marine, Marine Wildlife Tours here. I appreciate the limited feedback from the administrator and the one assembly member. Encourage more thoughtful discussion on this before changes are made to the current system. I urge this assembly to not allow this ordinance 22-30 to pass in its present form. The information presented to you by the consultant was not based on factual representation. The truly viable operating days suggested by the consultant are much less than the number presented to the assembly. The current permitted tour operators at HCH know firsthand as we interact with these visitors disembarking from the ships. There are approximately 10 selling squares on the front side of this building and 10 additional squares available on the east side that can accommodate any new business startup. These squares should only be designated for locally owned and operated businesses. The 587% increase at a minimum bid is not acceptable to the small number of permitted operators. And this is an unjust process to the current permitted operators. This increase was presented to the assembly to offset the cost being put on HCH by increased cruise ship travelers. There are at least 10 additional unpermitted tour operators conducting business with the same cruise ship travelers using HCH in the same manner. If the locals of the city of Sitka are expected to accommodate this increased cruise ship passenger, then the city should be finding ways to either increase the head tax or a day use fee at HCH and not put this burden on the people that live here. Apparently, the sole desire here is to maximize profits over the value of the citizens by hiring a consultant to best do that and sell Sitka out. By sticking with the current proposed structure, then I guess that's this assembly's goal. With a bidding system, you are opening the door and inviting big business to set up shop. With a bidding system in place, it will provide an avenue for the market to be taken from the locals. The permit should continue to be a set fee for the 10 squares out front and at a reduced set fee for the 10 additional squares available. I do not know anyone in Sitka that wants to end up in the mess that Juneau has created for themselves with the brokered bidding process. Thank you.
Valerie Nelson. I'm not involved in tourist industry. We do have commercial property right across the road from the McGraw's cruise ship terminal. I'm here to urge you to vote no, even though I believe that most of you have your minds made up after watching the last assembly meeting, which was difficult to watch because it's no longer on TV and I have to watch it on the internet and the volume kept cutting out. But the unintended consequences will be that you will drive small businesses away. You'll drive them out the road. I've already had people approach me to put their places in one of my commercial buildings. And I just think you need to be more cautious than just taking a report from a consultant that wants to make us like Skagway, Ketchikan, and Juneau. And I don't know if you guys or you, Crystal, have gone there in the off season when everything is boarded up and everything is shut down. We need to be very careful. And I talked to somebody today that doesn't live in Southeast, and they said, I explained to them what was going on about the increases and whatnot. And they said, you should be paying those people for putting those business services out there. Those people pay you sales tax. Some of those people have invested their lives building their businesses, and now you're changing the platform for them and driving them away. And if you drive them all out of town, then our local merchants that, I'm sorry, I'm nervous. I hate talking to you guys because I feel like it's a waste of time. But you just got to be careful about what you're doing, and you can't just ramrod ahead. And it sounds like people are saying all the time that you don't return their calls, you don't return their emails. Please listen to the public and don't make us a Skagway or a Ketchikan or a Juneau. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bruce Conan, and thank you for what you do. Mr. Leach, would you take a moment to maybe listen to some of these conversations that are going? I guess not. Well, first of all, I'd like to go over just a few points on the new proposal that need to be changed. Number one is the 20 sales squares need to be opened back up. And if they were set at a reasonable price of $1,000, that would be a level entry fee for a young new startup business that could handle that. I remember borrowing the money to start with a $400 fee and my $10,000 in insurance each year for 8 years straight just to make this start. You guys really didn't account for any of that startup cost. At $1,000 each, that would leave $20,000 to cover the cost of what you guys said you started this whole process for. So it more than covered it, not to count our taxes alone. Each week, each vendor could rotate in the square so that in 20 weeks, we all get a square at equal time so that there's no unfairness to anybody. And if anybody leaves their square because they're not operating that day or they're done operating for the day, they would move over to a less desirable square and allow that least desirable square occupant to move into the front space, which really is cooperating and helping everybody love each other down there, which is what we've been building. And this is just going to destroy all that if we have to bid against each other. That makes it fair for everybody. All permits need to be 3 years with a 3-year renewable, just like Juneau has done. Juneau did away with your plan because it didn't work. Nobody could get a bank loan. Nobody could get vehicles because no bank's going to loan on I don't even know if you can operate tomorrow. And so it's unreasonable to have it 1 year and then I've got to bid against competition from out of town. I know you guys all said, but you threw wording in to stop that. That is bull. All I have to do is have one employee living here and a building here for my business, which Alaska Coach currently has, and none of their owners live here. So they can bid next year under your proposal, which is truly unfair when they've got massive dollars backing them up. They can afford to run at a loss for 5 years and take us all out. Then you will have nothing but brokers instead of vendors that actually live here. If the bidding price, if you do force the bidding on us, I call it the bribe, but if it's you're going to force the bidding on us, it needs to be an open cry bidding so I can look you in the eyes as you're doing it. I want to know who you are and that the public can show up there. Now, we could make it fun. If the public shows up, this bidding, whatever I bid, I would like to be able to donate to that to the charity of my choice. That way I know my money is going to good sources, instead of just randomly buying stuff for city employees or whatever. And it would be just nice to have it go to something that I'm
Thank
going
you.
to
Thank
do
you for your
anyway.
comments, sir, in fairness to everybody.
Hi, my name is Jessie Nakong, and I live here in Sitka. And first of all, I am really curious, why are you guys comparing us to Juneau? Juneau has 5 to 7 ships a day. We don't get that 5 to 7 days a week. We don't get that. We can't make what they make. They have huge ships. We don't. And I don't think it's fair. I think you should let the locals, if you are doing this bidding spot, be the grandfather rights in for them before the out-of-state people come in. I don't think it's fair that they come in and push us out. I don't understand why you're comparing us to Juneau when they have way more business than we do. And I feel sorry for Petersburg, Ketchikan, whoever made them do the same thing for what they're doing, what is going on now. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jaron Sumwong, and I born, raised here, lived here my whole life. I've been a part of the charter fleet and commercial fleet since middle school, and last year I opened up my wildlife tour and fishing tour business, Sitka Sea Level Adventures. A major part of my success last summer was the ability to sell my tours outside of Centennial Hall. I'd say probably half my trips came from standing out there holding the sign. You know, this is my community. I was born here, I was raised here, and I want to support the community and run a business here. A closed bidding system would likely end my business. It would also likely end anyone's motivation to start a business here. Last season, there were so many days where, you know, after the first 3, 4, 5 shuttles came in, everyone's tour was sold out. So I think that's just more reason to open up all 20 squares. And will be an increase of tax for the city. It'll encourage more businesses to start. Yeah, I think this bidding is a big negative. At the very least, make it an outcry bid and know who's bidding what. I think that's really important, but I think you should vote no on this. And if you're not supporting local business this way, what businesses are you supporting? They're not going to be local, so. Please make this solicitation spots a set fee and consider open more spots as your source of additional revenue and to encourage local business and our community. So, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Richard Ween. And I'd just like to say to the listening audience that anyone who doesn't live in Sitka can use my phone number and address as your base. That's as simple as it is. If there's nothing to the ordinance that makes it. My notion is, and there's a certain principle here, is that all of our enterprises have to act like businesses. So therefore, they have to deal with concepts of, if not making money, God forbid, that they should at least break even. So the principle here is very plain. One of the things is in the memo, we only heard that in 2019, the supplies cost $8,500, and in 2022, they cost $14,000. However, we didn't in the memo get the true cost of what's going on here, because that includes heat, electricity, it includes labor, we hire additional people. There's just no fiscal notion. But I have another principle, and that principle is those who make the cost should pay for the cost. And what's happening here is you're putting the burden actually on the vendors here who are trying to make a living, bringing income into the city. And so you should look for ideas how to expand it. My notion is, and I know it is a horrifying one, is that if you notice, whether it was Princess or Norwegian, by the way, and Carnival, all their stocks are down lately. But the important thing is that it was either Princess or Norwegian that paid $20 million for a dock in Juneau for like 2.3 acres, and they gave it away. So I think that if we need that money here, that we should ask either Halibut Point Enterprises or the cruise lines to pony up the cost. And then we can hand out basically the vendor spots almost for free. So we need them to pay. The people who make the cost should pay the cost. And I think that that's a basic principle. If you haven't gotten the idea from all the people who have spoken here, that there's still a little more work to go. And it doesn't work when you say, well, we'll pass it and then we'll work it out. That doesn't go. There's no rush for this. It's not like a grant that's due tomorrow, which happens so often here. The notion is clearly there needs to be additional discussion. It doesn't make a difference how many open meetings you've had and so forth. For some reason, the bottom line was not reached. So think about it before you vote on it.
Good evening. I'm Brody Sumuwang. I've been a lifelong resident here, born and raised for nearly 30 years. I am in the process as we speak of building my business. I have purchased my boat. I'm jumping through all the hoops, insurance, licensing, all of that. The biggest hurdle I've come across to date is the squares out front here. It's a huge part of how a lot of these guys in town are selling their trips. This is where all the people off the cruise ships are directly funneled to. There's only so many spaces. I feel like a closed bidding would, I mean, myself included, it can and will deter a lot of new guys starting up. There's other handful of other people I've spoken to that are in the process of starting their business, and clientele, which there's no shortage of clientele, shouldn't be cut off with a closed bidding. It should, there should be a process. We should think about this some more, where we put our heads together and give everyone an equal opportunity to get clients coming off the ships. Make it fair. Don't pit these small local year-round businesses against each other. These are all locals here. These are neighbors, families, friends. And I think this is just gonna make everyone butt heads. It's gonna turn to a battle. It's gonna turn to bigger business coming in and getting a leg up on everyone. And that's, I think, the last thing we want to do for these small personalized businesses here in town that locals are running. And I think we should just pump the brakes and vote no right now and figure out a better way to get everyone included and make it more user friendly for everyone down there. There's space, there's squares, plenty of clients, plenty of people coming to town. We should make it work and give everyone the best shot at keeping this community going. Thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else on ordinance 22-30?
My name is Andy Nye, Sitka Zodiac Adventures, one of the ones in the back. I hope you're listening to everyone that's come up here tonight. The main thing is the people here in town. All right, this is a great town with a lot of great people, and we have an opportunity to take care of the guests that come to town and keep Sitka great. If you've traveled around to some of the other towns, they're a little bit different, but Sitka is still a special little town. And I don't know if you guys have come and spent much time out front. I haven't seen many of you out front hanging out with us while we're selling, but I just had the thought, it's like friends out front. We help each other out. We're taking care of each other out there. Okay, we're looking out for each other. It's a very Sitka-based community. All right, we're selling for each other, helping each other. Somebody has to run over there. Hey, I'm looking for this tour. Oh, so-and-so just had to run. I know they'll be back. I know they had a couple more spots. Hang out. I know that they'll take you out. Stuff like that. You pit us against each other with this closed bid. Now we're all trying to outbid each other. There's only going to be 10 spots out there. Last year, there were 13 or 14 people. So you're automatically going to cut 3 people out. You're talking about starting new businesses. I know I heard Mr. Leach talking about that in the last meeting and watching that. Starting new businesses. Well, you're already going to cut 3 or 4 off. Until some of these other, like Brody, I just heard, you're going to tell him, nope, it's going to be really hard because there's already 13 or 14. And guys, we're putting barriers up for this business. The main thing here is I don't think we're quite ready for this. I don't think this is ready. So what I'm asking you is please don't vote this tonight. We're not in a rush. The tourists are still coming. We've got a great product here. We've got a great opportunity. We're making great tours for these guys, bringing them in, taking them out, doing a great job, showing them Sitka. Just like was said, this isn't a grant. This isn't something that needs to be done tonight. Let's work on this. Let's hash this out. Let's get this figured out. Let's take care of it. We don't want it to become commercial like everywhere else. We don't want to ruin what we've got. We don't want to turn Sitka into some of these other towns, and not to put them down, but Sitka is a special place. And I think this is the first step in turning it into those other places. Don't ruin the friends out front because we like each other. We like working together. All right, seriously. So work on this a little bit longer. Don't pass it. Just the last little thing. Sure, the price has been low for a lot of years, but we're looking for me to be in the back, being moved into the back where I'm at. I lost my exposure from the side, so now I need a spot in front. With the spot in back and the spot in front with minimum bids, my rate just went up over 1,500% overnight. If I was in Brody's spot year 1, I could not do it. I'm not sure I can even do it this year. Let's not do this yet, guys. You're gonna kill business.
Hi, I'm Brianna Nye. I am also the co-owner of Sitka Zodiac Adventures, great trailer out here in the back. All I've come here to say is I have not heard a single support from the audience in any of the meetings that I've been to or listened to. And if you are representing the people, you know the answer. The answer tonight is no. There's no deadline on it, and it needs to be talked about more. So please consider us as you're making your choice tonight. The answer should be no.
Anybody else for item 22-30? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the assembly for deliberation. John?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just wanted to let you know that Tony and Lanice are here if questions are necessary. But I have some extensive notes that I was taking as I was listening to the comments that were made that I've got on my paper here. And I can give a summary of this over again, but I'll bring that up if necessary. But I just want to reiterate what the goal of this is to cover our city expenses because we are definitely operating in the red under the current system, and to provide the best value of a city asset owned by all citizens of this city back to the citizens. You know, something that business owners would want would be exclusive use of that space once they bid on or lease or rent that space. And it's interesting because we have an item later tonight on the agenda about leasing out space to run a business at the Marine Service Center. Leasing of space to operate a business is governed under Sitka General Code Title 18.12.010E that states lease of municipal real property shall be by competitive bid. That is what we based our competitive bid process on. This is a city asset, and we are trying to get the best value back to the citizens through this process, hence the bidding. You know, we have a lot of expenses to cover. That's supplies, that's cleaning, that's extra staff, it's maintenance on the assets as things are worn down. You know, we have oil stains on the street out front at the end of the year. We have daily cleaning that needs to happen. We have staff that goes out there and helps direct people as appropriately, tell how to line up for buses. And of course, we can mention the bathrooms again if necessary. So again, this process is to stay in alignment with code to help that business by allowing them exclusive access to that space, but also getting the best value back for the citizen and for the city. Thanks.
So I as well took pretty extensive notes on this process. I hear the concerns. I think one of the easiest ones that I think that I would be willing to work with vendors on is looking at a longer term option. I can agree that a month-to-month lease is not favorable for a business in a building. A business in a building would at a minimum get a 5-year lease in place. That's necessary to build a business model off of that area. So I can understand how a year-to-year environment is putting an operator on shaky grounds. One of the massive things that I took away from the comments tonight is the value of the space that we provide. Everybody spoke how important that this land is to them, that it was the basis of their business model, and that it is quite the cornerstone for people wanting to get into the visitor industry. So I think we should also consider that when we're looking at providing the municipality space, which I'm still under the mindset that we have no obligation to provide for these operations. I do understand that Sitka Sound Cruise Terminal is open for business as well, and business can move out there. In fact, I've had conversations with Chris McGraw indicating he would love to have some more taxi business out there, that he would love to have some more vendors out there because he has the space to do as such. He understands that down here that there's a limited amount of space and wants to be a partner in spreading out some of the vendor operations. I'm not opposed to talking about opening up more spots. I wonder about the congestion, and John, at some point, if we get to a point, you know, can we talk about what 20 squares looks like as opposed to 10? I fear it becoming a little too commercialized down here. At some point, I think we will have too many banners, too many flyers, too much sales in this space to where it detracts from the center. But I'm also concerned about congestion with the amount of people and how much space can we actually offer. And then My perspective is from a building, a land-based business. So while I understand business, I don't understand the exact logistics of someone operating simply off the tourist business. But for many land-based, building-based businesses, their rent is 365 days a year. And that's whether the weather's good, the weather's bad, whether there's a lot of people in town, whether there's not a lot of people in town, whether their clientele is here or gone. So these businesses also have to put up, or not to put up, but to deal with a fluctuation in their business. And this is built into their business model. And then the last thing, and I would actually really love to have this conversation with any of the vendors that are here tonight that would be willing to, is no one talked about the revenue capability that these squares provide. And no one talked about the revenue that 21 and 22 brought over previous years. No one talked about the revenue capability of another 200,000 visitors next year. So if we want to sit down and we want to talk numbers and we want to talk books, I'm happy to do that with people to see, if this increase is truthfully going to tank your business, show it to me. Show me that the revenue capability of being able to pull a half to 3/4 of your tours out of this center every day isn't worth the small price to pay, isn't worth something that you can pass on to the visitor. So this conversation is not done for me. This ordinance is not finalized, and I'm open to talking to the actual people who are going to be out here using it on a day-to-day basis. Because unfortunately, I can't come down here. I, like many of you, are in the midst of the busy tourist days. So my conversation is not done, and I'm happy to continue to have one-on-one conversations with the vendors who were kind enough to show up this evening. Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate you going first because I needed time to gather my thoughts. I want to thank everyone for speaking. I know it's not easy. It's not easy to speak up here. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate everyone sharing their concerns and being just basically as open and honest as they can. I felt very heartfelt. I appreciate that. I was wondering, Mr. Mayor, I would like to call up Tony and the consultants, and while they're coming up, I'd like to mention a few things. So Tony and Lenise, can you please come up? So as far as your thought about the longer term, Mr. Mayor, I agree, like we should, when we're really comfortable with the way this is, there should be longer terms. There's no question about it. It's my understanding that this is the first iteration of trying to come up with a system that's brand new and fair. And so the thought was we do the first year to do 1-year terms because we don't want to get locked into something we're not comfortable with. Again, I feel like this is going to be a test run to see how it works. As far as the bidding, so it is difficult in a way because you worry about bigger interest coming out of town, and I don't want that at all. But I see the bidding as necessary for the following reason. It's kind of worked because there's been more spaces than vendors. But we're coming up where more and more people are starting companies, which is a great thing, but there's not going to be enough spaces. Even if we open up all 20, at some point, there's just not going to be enough. So to try to be fair, the bidding process was what we thought was the fairest. Some people may disagree. It just seems to me the best way of doing it. But Tony and Lenise, I was wondering, you guys have worked on this for quite a long time, about a year or so, I believe. Would you, after having listened to some of the comments, would you be able to just kind of address, or I'm not saying offer a counter discussion, but like basically explain your reasoning behind some of these things and how we, help come up with some of these ideas?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Assembly. Sure. I only wrote down three points, and that was longer permits, more squares, outcry. there's a certain amount of space that is available outside. This last year, we had a lot of people, one of the biggest years that we've had. And so the congestion factor front, where all the vendors were, was pretty high. Every time buses would drop off, we would have an influx of people and it would get pretty congested up front. What was happening late morning and early afternoon was, at that point, they were starting to line up to get back to the ships. And because of this, the big numbers of people that we had, that whole east side of the building was just jam-packed with people. And so if we have congestions, and this is one of the mind thoughts that we thought too, is that if we have all this congestion out front with vendors, and now we have vendors on the side with more squares, and we have congestion out, on that side as well, that's going to take away from trying to queue people going into getting on the buses, getting ready to go back to the ships. And that was the kind of the mindset for the 10. And then it was also brought up about at what point do we say that enough is enough as far as how many squares and what it does to the building and what it does to congestion and what is enough. So that was one of the things that we had considered when we were trying to develop this stuff. I don't know what.
Yeah, everything that Tony said, I right there with him. And at most of the mayor's comments, I felt like we're pretty right on too. We're really trying to come up with a system that's fair and one that lets the market determine the price. And so that's where the bidding came from. Certainly it's always the Borough Assembly's choice in the end, what they choose to set for minimum prices and numbers of years and that type of thing. And that's up to all of you and what you feel like is the right place to be. But the value of the squares, I also heard a lot in the discussion, and there's being here and being at the epicenter of the cruise ship traffic is a very, very valuable space to sell from, and that we do have to remember that.
Thank you.
While we have some guests up front, is there any questions for them? Crystal and then John.
John, did you want to respond to what they had said? I saw your hand go up. I have questions for them, but
I have questions for him too. I can go after.
Okay. I was highlighting from the testimony that came forward, and I feel like we kind of discussed this at the last meeting, but I just want to make sure that I'm remembering it accurately. So the first number would be 150 is what we used in our formula. And then I'm hearing 89 days is more realistic. My question is, the amounts that we had suggested are businesses able to break even and still revenue generate, even if it was that 89 as opposed to the 150? Do you have a break even for that?
That wasn't my equation. The equation that I did was based on daily revenue. I didn't do the days of the sales and things. That wasn't my math.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you go through your formula again? I wrote it down last time, but I don't have that paperwork.
Yeah, basically during the working meeting, the $2,500 minimum price was suggested. And so my math was just trying to figure out whether this seemed reasonable. And so the only math that I presented was based on a $50 tour price times 9 passengers, which is $450. If you have 4 vans, that's $1,800. 2 departures a day is $3,600. So what my math was just looking at what maybe a daily sales day would look like compared to the minimum permit price that was suggested, and really trying to figure out whether that was reasonable. And that seemed reasonable to me in that comparison. And that was my math equation.
Another question that I kind of highlighted, we had discussed, so we did a lot of planning with regards to this last summer because we were anticipating a large number of tourists who would be visiting us. And so there was a discussion about whether or not there should be a primary drop-off point. Somebody did bring up a good point. What if we move and start dropping off or dispersing passengers elsewhere? Is that in the cards for this upcoming season, or is this going to be the main hub where the most traffic is coming through?
As of right now, this is the main hub. Other parts of the city, other parts of city sites, what's not covered in what we did. When we were tasked to rewrite all the permits, we were tasked to rewrite all the permits for Harrigan Centennial Hall, Crescent Harbor, and this area here.
And it was referenced a larger company and the potential to kind of take over those slots. Can you remind me, they can have a slot in the back and they can have a slot in the front, but can they have the majority of the slots if they're a large company who wants to operate and kind of run small businesses out of town?
Right now, people can bid on one slot in the back and one slot in the front.
Okay. And then we keep hearing Juneau, Ketchikan, Skagway. It makes sense that we would use those as a reference point. But we also had a meeting where you kind of introduced your plan. You heard feedback from us. You also heard public input at that meeting. Did that factor into the revisions that you made before you brought it forward to the last meeting and then this second reading?
Absolutely. You know, the early research on what other communities have done was just a baseline to see what was going on out there, but that was really dropped very early on. I mean, I'm a local, I live here. We all live here. I mean, this was a really Sitka local community-based process, and very little discussion was made about those other communities after the initial research was done. I don't see that as a factor, really.
Okay. And then with regards to the 3-year permits, I know that we discussed that because we wanted to minimize barriers to entry, and there's a trade-off between that. So if we issued 3-year permits with the spots that we have available, new businesses that were intrigued or motivated based off of this last season, they would kind of be shut out for a period of time as opposed to 1 year. So I think that's why we, after discussion, decided to go with that 1 year. We were open to 3 years though too, but I guess it's almost like we're trying to put something in place this season. So just like last summer with the influx of tourism, we can make amendments to that and we can improve that and ensure that we were generating revenue for the city, but also small businesses. So I appreciate the discussion. This was lengthy. It was a lot to chew on. I appreciate the work that was put into it, as well as the feedback that we got from people who are actually operating businesses. It's a lot to think about. And I definitely was here too. I hope it wasn't rude that I was also looking down and taking notes because it was important. And I wanted to make sure if there were outstanding questions that we asked those tonight. So I have a lot of highlights. I'm going to make sure that I didn't miss anything, but I think that's it for now.
John, please.
Thank you. Tony, this is probably a question for you. Under the current system, not on this ordinance, under the current system, to get a space either in the front or in the back, is there a residency requirement on that, similar to what we're putting in this new one, or is it just first come, first serve?
It was first come, first serve.
Okay, so I know some of the argument has been brought up that the larger out-of-town businesses may come in and outbid, but under the, what's the current price for a space out front right now?
Currently, it's $400.
$400 for the year. So is there anything preventing one of those larger businesses right now from coming in first day of opening and paying the $400 and taking that space?
No, not at all.
Okay, thank you.
Is Tor, do you have questions for any other questions for our guests? Chris?
I know we've kind of touched on this, but I guess I need a little bit more. This 20 spaces, potential spaces keeps coming up. Where are those spaces? Is it down this wall right here or? Okay, this is that. Okay. All right, yeah, that was my basic question. So thank you.
Yeah, I as well looked for my map from the last meeting and don't have it with me. So thank you for answering the assembly's questions this evening. If we have further, we'll call you up. Thank you. Tor?
Yeah, I was taking notes as well in last meeting, and some of my thoughts on this will make some of the people happy and some of them not so much. And not in any particular order, but I have had a number of people reach out to me to say we shouldn't have any, that we should not be having any commercial activity on city property. And we've had, and so understand that that's also what we're up against as well. I mean, there's a significant group of people that don't want us to allow, anything on here. And I don't agree with that, but it's also a factor. I have no problem making this multi-year. I said so last time. But honestly, I wish some of you guys some of the people who are here had been here last year in time when we started talking about amendments and they were, kind of falling flat. But I think that having a call out style auction, which I'm not sure would be a major change, because it's still just an auction. It's just the type of auction. I again have no problem with that. I don't know as it would make any real difference, but I have no problem at all making it a call out style auction. The fears of other people outbidding, I think, are just as valid there. But like I said last time, I have some issues with the price being the way it is right away. I'm gonna bemoan the point, but I felt that we should ramp it up. But maybe, I think Tim was saying earlier that maybe we only collect half of it at the beginning of this, when they bid, and half at the end of the season. And again, I'm not sure that's an actual change. That might be something we can just direct the administrator to, may not have to be part of it. So allowing them to make their money before they have to pay for their slot, or at least make some of it. At the end of the day, though, one of the things that convinced me 2 weeks ago was that if I decided I wanted to put a business on Lincoln Street and I could rent street front property or to run my business for $2,500 for the entire season, that's a pretty good deal. That's not, I don't think, excessive, because there's no, like say, if you were running that if I own the property myself personally, I would charge a whole lot more than that. I know that last time, John tried to say it was roughly a quarter a passenger, and I'm not sure if that holds up all the way across the board, but again, that doesn't sound like it's that excessive if it's roughly the minimum bid. But we are going to have to keep working on this. And at the end of the day, I think Chris said it, that we're going to have more spaces, more people who want spaces than we have spaces, no matter how many spaces, even if we pack them in. So at some point, we're going to have to figure out a way to do that. And it would be really nice to have ironclad that can only have real Sitka businesses, but that is going to be problematic if somebody, I don't know how you define that in such a way that truly won't allow somebody else to come in.
Sir, this is an assembly deliberation. We've had an opportunity for persons to be heard. Thank you.
Not that would pass legal, muster. I mean, there's constitutional and all kinds of other laws involved in that, and we have to dance carefully. And I haven't heard a lot of ideas beyond what we've got in here, where you say you've got to have a local Sitka address. I mean, that would be legal. If you had to say you had to have been here for a certain number of years operating before you could do it, I know that that's not legal, because that's against the Alaska Constitution. So, I would be very willing to, at the very least, go to multi-year and or outcry auction at this point. But otherwise, I'm not sure what more we can do.
Tim?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm actually, this is, of course, I'm fairly new at this process, but I'm not new at the process of being in circumstances where big changes are taking place. And when groups hold meetings and stakeholders, they think they have the whole group of stakeholders and they think they have all the ideas and they got them all together and they put together a plan. And then when it starts to become a reality, that's when people really kind of focus their attention to it. And we start to actually hear some of the things that we would have maybe liked to have heard earlier. And so I don't view this legislation, this ordinance right now as a finished product. Actually, I think this is the beginning of a product. And I don't see, the information that we've seen so far, sounds like a fairly reasonable process, but it's clear from the conversation that I've heard tonight, which I really appreciate. And I enjoy seeing some young people here who are starting businesses, because I think that's really an important thing. And I certainly don't want anything we do here to inhibit their growth. However, I think this is the beginning of the process. And I think one of the things we talked about last time, and hopefully you were all heard this statement, was that we wanted to make sure that we put the rules of the road down first and early so that people could plan for the future. And this sounds like a process that could take quite a while. And I would hate for us to do this for a couple, 3 months and people not really know what the summer was going to look like and not really understand. We could end up right back here again. We could end up in a whole different scenario. And I think, there is opportunity going forward for us to change this. And I would expect that. And a matter of fact, we've had that conversation. We actually proposed some ideas last time that would have required more readings. And we decided that at that point in time, and I don't know that I've really changed my mind on that we really wanted to put it down. And it's not to make the ordinance and then read it to figure out what it is, but it is to lay the rules of the road down. And then we can modify that to adapt it to what people have big concerns. I heard some big ones today. And I want to address those things, but I don't want to stall the process and I don't want to repeat the process such that there's no certainty going into the summer. So I think right now, do I think this is a finished document or a finished ordinance and that we have all the right answers in it yet? I really don't. But I don't know that we have the moment right now to address all of the issues that are there, because I'm not sure I understand all of what they are. So I'd like to see that as we go forward, we find out. I enjoyed the emails that I got today, and that explained a lot of information that I didn't know before in terms of what the day-to-day stuff is. And I'll be honest, I haven't come down to see the vendors because, just like most Sitkans, I avoid the downtown during the summer, because I've learned that it's pretty hard to get through. So yeah, I think I expect this not to be the final answer, but I think that it's important for us to put out it's for sure the framework so that people understand where we're headed and we can adapt it so that it fits the needs of our community. As I share all the same concerns you have about not turning us into Catch Can or Juneau, or other places, again, not to disparage those communities because they have their own reasons for doing that. And then I'm not interested in a multi-year thing because, to be quite honest with you, I'm not convinced that, I think Ms. Nelson did a very, very good job of pointing out, I'm concerned about a migration of business out the road. And so this whole conversation about what the cost to do business at Centennial Hall could be a very short-term question. And so I'm not really interested in putting together, I'm interested in doing a plan that we can look at after we've done it and say, yep, we like that. Yes, this works good. But there's a larger conversation about this area of town being the focus, or is the focus for the cruise ship business somewhere else? And, I don't think we have an answer for that yet. So that's why when you hear me vote today, it's about getting the rules of the road down and making sure that we all understand where we're headed. And I expect a conversation about how we're going to improve this ordinance so that it fits the needs of the community. But it's time for us to establish that so everyone understands where we're headed.
Chris, I don't Chris, and then we'll come to Kevin.
Sorry, Kevin. I do agree with creating some longer terms. I think maybe one way to look at it is however how many squares are available is you have so many to start with at 3 years, so many at 2 years, so many at 1 year. And then as those squares come available, then they all become 3 years or whatever we decide for a longer term, but at least so they're alternating. So it gives opportunity every year for new squares to become available if we decide to go through the bid process. One of my big concerns through this whole process has been keeping it local. You know, I do want to have this opportunity for more of our local businesses. There is language in the ordinance trying to address this. I see the loopholes just like anyone else does. But I'm concerned if we make the language harder, that does open us up to legal issues. We saw the Commercial Fishery Entry Commission undergo a lawsuit a few years ago, pitting resident versus non-resident, and the state actually had to give a lot of money back to down south permit holders. So I wish Brian was here to help, but I do have concerns making the language harder, saying that you absolutely have to be a Sitka resident to have one of these squares is illegal and opens us up for issues. So I appreciate the language, trying to keep it as local as we can. I just don't know if we can make it any more than that. I don't know. I'm very torn here because I am very pro-business, very pro starting businesses, having recently started one myself. My thinking around this whole thing is trying to give opportunity for all. I figured under a limited resource, whether it's 10 or 20 squares, the bidding process did give opportunity to all, maybe weighted a little more heavily on the bigger, more established businesses. But even as a starter, I knew what my permit costs, and I knew that I had to have that much available to get my operation moving. So I'm conflicted. I'm also conflicted because not only am I a business supporter, but I understand at the seat, I need to look out for the best interests of the city and all citizens. And covering our expenses at this facility and giving maximum value to the citizen is very important. So I'm conflicted. All in all, I'm very conflicted. It's not an easy one. So I guess that's where my feelings are at the moment. But yeah, if there's more discussion here, I'm happy to listen.
And Chris, it is my understanding that Brian is listening and could be available for questions. So we can come back to you if you do need to talk to Brian about that question you had. So
if he wants to answer.
Yeah, well, I want to give him the
somehow.
preparation. Because like I said, I believe he's listening so that he can get to a place where he can speak, and then we can come back to that question.
Okay, sounds good.
Kevin?
Thank you, Stephen. So I appreciate what everyone has said. It's been interesting listening to the conversation progresses. And I think I agree with a lot of what everybody said. I think I kind of align more with what Tim is feeling, because as far as the stability, and we want to be pro-business, we want to give people time to plan for this. If we start making tweaks now, it adds to other readings, and then it takes more time to research, and we might come up with an amendment, and then the staff gets time to hash it out and realize that, well, that might not work. I feel that we should pass it tonight so that we can get this information out to the public as soon as possible. And then I agree, after the season's over, we need to do a revisit and see how this plan has worked. So as far as logistical, I feel like this is also logistical and safety. I came here a couple times during the summer, and I saw just how busy it was. It was just so intense, and there was people everywhere, and the staff were running around like chickens with their heads cut off. I don't think this was done up by Tony because he wanted them to just lounge around. They didn't have time to take care of really anything. They were just barely keeping up. So based on that, and they're the ones there, they see how this flow is. I trust that he has gamed this out quite a bit. And it's also a safety issue. If we have too many vendors and all these people, it's just somebody could get hit, and we have to have some sort of logical order. And so as far as the 1 year bid or permit to start, I think we should stick to that just for now, because I want to try this as a tester, give people stability, know what to plan for, and then at the end of the season, we see if we want to make changes. I'm guessing if we liked a lot of the things that were in this ordinance, then we could change it to possibly a staggered like 1, 2, 3. But in that case, if we were to try that now, then we would have to change the bidding amount, because it's not fair to have the same minimum bid for someone who's bidding on the different number of years. So for those reasons, I think we should not amend it and pass it as is, and give people time to plan. Thank you.
John, you had some comments?
Yeah, I did have one final comment, Mayor. It was about the covering city expenses and getting the best value back to the citizen. And hopefully Melissa won't throw stuff at me here. Generally speaking, the city is not in the business of making profit. But we are we run kind of like a business, but we are a working capital fund, meaning whatever surpluses we have gets invested right back into this community to make a quality of life better. So when we have those rainy days of heat pumps going out at a school building, or the AV system fails here, we can pull from that available working capital. So if we did make a quote unquote profit under this system or any other type of lease type structure, that's where that funding goes. It goes back into the asset to make it better and to keep it operating for all of the citizens outside of just that one period of time.
Brian, I wanted to reach out and see if you were online and able to answer a question from an assembly member. And Brian, if you are able to jump on at any point, please interrupt. If not, Chris, if you could get perhaps with Brian offline, and I want to make sure your question gets answered. I know it helps to have it tonight, but I want to make sure your question gets answered. So one thing for me that I've been bouncing back and forth on is this lease term. I think that's where some work can be done, and perhaps I would have something to help in that process. But I've heard multiple comments on both sides of the argument, whether they were intended to be that way or not. I've heard I'm starting a new business and I need this opportunity. And then I've heard I'm an established business and I need this opportunity. And it's hard to balance the needs of both of those. You want an established business to be able to maintain their space. But if established businesses maintain all the spaces, we don't have the opportunity for the entrepreneurs who are in this room stating that they are starting a business to do this, or that they're looking to grow a business to do this. So it is a point of contention to me, and it's a point that deserves more thought, I believe. And I'm just going to throw this out. I have no basis on it. It's just my notes that I wrote. And I wonder if perhaps if you bid for multiple 1-year terms after like 3 years, you're able to then bid on a 3-year term. So you kind of have to prove yourself up first, and that you're going to be a long-term business down here. And then you have the opportunity for that longer 3-year term. I would want to cap how many of the spaces can be long-term, because I believe that would not allow businesses to get their start down here. If we had them all long term. To further that, perhaps a business gets a start down here, they operate for a couple years, and they're able to move on to bigger and better things. They don't require the use of Centennial Hall anymore. And if we don't have shorter term application periods with some turnover, we're never going to get the new ones in. And I hesitated when I said turnover there, because that means someone who was here is no longer. And I guess that's the flip side of allowing new startups into our spaces here. So I appreciate the further discussion from the assembly. I think it's been a learning process for everybody this evening. And like I told everybody who came this evening, this conversation isn't over for me. So if you want to reach out, I think all of you know where to find me. I'm a fairly captive audience. So if you want to have further conversations about this, let's do it. Let's make this work for not only you, but let's make it work for everybody as well. And I think that's the overriding goal here.
Mayor, can you hear me?
Or,
Well,
I think Brian, I sort of heard you there.
All right. I was listening to this whole thing. I was having trouble using my son's gaming headset. So here I am. If you can hear me, I'm willing to answer a question.
Of a younger generation then. Yes, Assembly Member Chris Yestad did have a question for you.
Yeah. Hi, Brian. Thanks for being available for me here. So we have our language in this ordinance for not resident, but, trying to keep it more local businesses. Is there a way of making harder language to try to close those loopholes without pressing legal issues, I guess?
When the charge was given to me to put in some language that would provide a local preference to the business in Sitka, I went to many other municipalities to look at language from similar code sections, or to find some language that we could put in there, and that's what you find in there now. The concern that you always has that we go too far, and that we open this up to a constitutional challenge for violation of the Commerce Clause, and equal protection from somebody who would be object to that. So I think I put in there as robust as we can do without violating those constitutional provisions. And I suppose there's maybe some ways to sharpen it up a little bit, but I would have to put some more time into that to think about those type of things. But as it stands now, I think it does what we want it to do, and I can't say that it would eliminate any loopholes. But a lot of it is in the enforcement too. It's what we do to determine whether or not people are satisfying the business preference that we're looking for the locals. And if people just fill out the forms and we just are satisfied with the way they fill it out, people are going to be more, it's more easy for them to find those loopholes. But if we enforce it vigorously, I think this will be helpful. I hope that's helpful.
Okay, thanks, Brian.
Sure.
Question for him too.
Yeah, any other questions for Brian while we have him on the line, Tor?
Yeah, so, hey, Brian.
Yeah.
This is Tor. If we went from a sealed bid to a cry out bid, is that a major change?
It's kind of a tough one. A cry out bid. I mean, the distinction for a sealed bid is the process such that we can get the bids in hand before we make the decisions. Cry out, I think some of the the deficits in having a cry out bid is you may, it makes participation, presence at those bids required. And, you could, people may not be able to show up, and there may be problems with instituting a cry out bid. And so that's why I think we felt that the sealed bid was an appropriate thing to do. And when you do a sealed bid, you stick it in an envelope and you wait for everybody's bid to be submitted. And there's a deadline for when the bid submitted. Then you open it up. As a cry out bid, you do it on one day and one day only. And can everybody make it who wants to cry out for those things? And and it's a problem with administration. So the short answer to your question, I think, yes, it is a material change.
Further questions for Brian while we have him? Brian, thank you for being able to participate. I'm sure you'll continue to listen to our deliberation as they go forward.
Sure.
And then Tor, back to
Yeah,
you.
I had some thoughts. I mean, I know I already have plans to have some ordinances to come in new business next week or in 2 weeks to make some changes. I know the last time we talked about, we need to get the dates down. So that's why we had to pass it. And I've already got 2 that I'm thinking of about putting that forward. And so I guess it's a little, so if we wanted to do an ordinance to change it to a cry out bid and to put in, actually, I like your 1, 2, 3 system for a multi-year. I think it's appropriate to bring it out immediately. It's all fresh on our minds with the next meeting. Unless the will is that, Stephen, you were talking about doing it, to bring it up now and go ahead and push us off another 2 weeks if we're going to do that. But I think it's nice to be able to have a couple of weeks to work with Brian on language. But I don't think that would necessarily change the city's timeline, because if we just say we'll have a cry out auction on whatever date you were going to make them do, it doesn't change the timeline. And same with the yearly, and by the way, somebody said, well, if it's a 3-year bid, you would just make it per year. You would say this is your bid per year for a longer term bid. But anyway, I think we should be ready for a flurry of ordinances to make changes to this, no matter what happens tonight. And if there is, interest in going ahead and trying to make some changes now and just accepting a second read and a third reading, well, that's okay too, except we should have a bathroom break first.
Kevin?
This isn't, this isn't to be difficult or anything, but what would be the benefit of a cry out bid versus a sealed bid? Like, what do you see as the benefits to that?
Well, for starters, everybody knows. And I think that's transparency, I guess would be a way of saying it. Honestly, there's a decent chance we'd get more money. But it seems like that is, and I'm not too worried about people not being able to make it, because you can just say, or their representative. You can get a representative or even on the phone, they do. Sotheby's has a guy on the phone in the back. There wasn't much excitement about phasing in the minimum bids last meeting, which is fine. But if we did a cry out bid, at least it would be open to everybody. I don't know. I think that's more just because that's what a lot of the people who are doing the bidding seem to want mostly.
Thank you. I guess my thoughts on that, just off the cuff, is sealed bid is open to everyone too. To me, a cry out bid, well, one, there is a situation where maybe someone who's just starting out or whoever, they don't, might be a little embarrassed on people watching what they can and cannot afford to do. It just seems like a little bit of, I don't know, it just doesn't feel right with me. And the other thing is, with a sealed bid, you're able to put a lot of thought, methodical thought into a plan to decide, what you think you can afford, or what based on your expected revenue expenses. And it feels to me like crowd bid just kind of inserts chaos, and I just wouldn't support it.
Further comments from the assembly on 22-30? Tim?
I agree with Tor. I don't, and I think I spoke about it already. I expect to see some changes to this going forward before summer. But I do want to, as I stated before, get us going on this process so that people can start planning for what's coming. Because this is a big change from what we've done. But, we're in uncharted waters here in some ways, so.
Anything else? John?
I promise one last comment, because the discussion has come up about potential changes to the ordinance. Just for reference, we have a timeline ready to go in anticipation of passage. I've talked to Mr. Rosas already, and I did say, hold on to this, it might not pass. But if upon passage of this, we plan on moving forward with the process almost immediately to be able to give the businesses time to formulate their bids and to get their expectations set prior to this travel season. So if there were to be ordinances that modify this, I don't think it's, I'm not optimistic that we would be able to make those changes for this travel season, knowing that a new ordinance would have to be drafted in 2 readings. Then we start getting into the March and April timeframe. So those changes might have to take effect the next year if there are changes considered, unless there's an amendment on the current one.
Chris?
This is for you, John. Would we be better off to amend if we so choose what's before us tonight, or to bring back new ordinances in the future?
Any amendment is still going to require 2 readings. So it's just one more. Okay, that's right. We'd be voting on the amendment, and there would be an additional reading. So that is a possibility. And I can't say which one would. Well, I can say which one would go quicker. The amendment would go quicker. It would draw the timeline out. But the point I was trying to make is that if this passes in its current state, as soon as it passes, we're pressing ahead with that process.
I'd like to present a counterpoint to that, John, is that you say you're going to press forward. However, Brian, as the legal advisor, would be reviewing any ordinances that came before him. Brian could offer some thoughts and guidance to staff on potential areas where they shouldn't press as fast forward, and they're still able to conduct the bones of this, because we've heard very little opposition to the majority of this ordinance. There's just some sticking points, and those sticking points that assembly members wanted to present ordinances for going forward could be held on to a little bit tighter while charging forward with the majority of the ordinance.
Yeah, sounds good.
Kevin?
Sorry, I actually disagree with what you're saying, Stephen, just because in my mind, the purpose of this is to give surety and stability so people know what to plan for, but then we pass it and say, oh, by the way, we're going to change it in 2 weeks. Some of the changes I'm guessing might be to the bidding process, which is the crux in my mind of what I've heard people are against. So that would be possibly an amendment. So to me, if you're going to make I would prefer to amend it. We make changes next year after we've had a season to review. But if people are going to make changes or another ordinances, personally, although it's been going on a long time and I like a break, I would prefer that people make these amendments right now and we discuss it and just get it over with.
I would say that,
Tor?
January 10th is, I find it hard to believe that you'll have the stuff out by January 10th. And that would, and we're talking, the things we're kind of talking about are the length of the leases. And of outcry bidding, which would be pretty minor changes to the application process. I mean, it's still gonna have to put a bid out, just, it's still, and I guess the advantage of putting them forward next meeting is that we get to hash them out, we get to work with Brian and make them legal. Whereas if we do it right now at the table, the risk is that they would be half-baked. You know, I think that I mean, like I said, I've already got 2, possibly 4 that I would want to make. And I kind of held off on them purely because we talked about last time, trying to get it going. But I don't think that these would be things that would stop the process at the city level.
Further discussion from the assembly? Sarah?
Okay, on the motion to approve ordinance 2022-30 on second and final reading, Mayor Eisenbais,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Maybe. Yes.
Ms. Duncan,
Yes.
Mr. Pike,
Yes.
Mr. Yestad,
No.
and Mr. Mosier.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes 5-1, excuse me.
Thank you for everyone who came this evening. It is past the top of the hour. The assembly will take another 5-minute break and jump into new business. All right, thank you. The assembly is seated, so we will jump back into our agenda this evening. That'll bring us to new business, item F.
I move to approve the request for proposals for rental of the Marine Service Center cold storage space and advertise for a 30-day period.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the request for proposals of the Marine Service Center. John, would you like to introduce this item?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. If you remember, I believe it was around the end of calendar year 2020, going into calendar year 2021. We had one side of the Marine Service Center that had a month-to-month lease to operate community cold storage and then use it for their own business purposes. And we wanted to put that on a term lease to match up with the other side of the building, since that one termed on June 30th, 2023. Now we're approaching that term, and I'm trying to get the RFP out on the street to make sure everybody gets an appropriate amount of time to bid on use of the facility. And give them plenty of time to plan. And if for some reason folks have to move around in the building, or somebody terminates their lease, some time for demobilization and some room for somebody else to move in if that's what happens. So I made some minor changes to the previous RFP. I've got them circled on my copy, but obviously not on yours. In the previous versions of this, we did not specify how much of the space must be made available for community cold storage. And we've heard lots of feedback over the years of one side's providing it, the other side's not, and vice versa. And then what is the definition of community cold service or cold storage is leasing to your competitor for their business purposes considered public cold storage. So in this one, I set a requirement of a minimum of 10% of their leased square footage to be made available for public cold storage. So that is defined in here now. Under the evaluation criteria, we added a few things. One of them is a way to evaluate the proposer's commitment to Sitka. So the proposers must identify the number of Sitka ported vessels from which they purchase product and what percentage of their overall business this represents. Because there is a possibility that we'll get processors that may want to bid on the space that are not in Sitka, and that's fine. But I think the goal of this community cold storage is to allow businesses for some of our smaller processors that are located within Sitka. So that is one of the evaluation criteria. And then another one is points based on their plan to accommodate public use of the cold storage facility. So if they propose how they're going to manage that public storage, now I have something to score. And then if that's chosen, I have something to go back and gauge compliance on. Because right now it's really hard to gauge compliance on how much public cold storage is there, because there really is no marked out space. There's no certain number of racks. There's no certain number of totes. So I don't know if it's compliant or not, but it will get sometimes complaints from folks wanting to use the facility, and they're told that space is not available. So I'm open to any other questions if you have any on the RFP. But again, the goal is to have the facility available for the public, operated by potentially some of our smaller and local businesses here in Sitka. Thanks.
Is there any public comment on item 22-179?
Good evening, Richard Ween. This item is about the lease for the Marine Service Center. I think that the lease and sending it out for RFP is a wonderful thing. Apparently 1.4 million pounds of seafood can be stored in that space, and that's one heck of a lot of fish sticks. The important thing here to note in reviewing what the RFP said, and actually what it didn't say, was there and to me, the most important thing is that there are certain minimum costs that this Marine Service Center has. And I didn't see a minimum bid. And I think that we should have a minimum bid, which realistically would cover the costs, because now you're talking about a bid process. They could be the only bid that comes in. And if it's not suitable, then, you know, we may be operating it at a loss. There was another thing about in various insurances within the bid that they would be required, even though I know this is not a lease, but like we hear tonight that you want to let people know what the rules of the road are. They need to know what a minimum bid is. They need to have not only product insurance, you know, in case there's mechanical failure. Otherwise, I can see the city get pushed into being responsible for it, but also liability insurance. And these are the basic things. Now, one of the important things about this is that the Marine Service Center Fund has $1.6 million in it. And it's one of the most successful funds. And to me, I call that profit. The city is not supposed to be in profit, but they have $400,000 and other types of things that are going to be going on is going to be paid out of the working capital. Working capital is profit. And yes, it is reinvested. And so we need to think on those bases. And the RFP really needs to have a minimum bid. Another aspect is, and I found it interesting, is that the administrator, Mr. Leach, said, we have an evaluation for a commitment to Sitka. Well, why couldn't we put that in with the vendor one? What are we violating the Commerce Clause, United States Constitution on this? If we have to have a commitment, where they swear an oath? The whole notion is that, yes, you can develop ways to deal with commitment to our city without running afoul of interstate commerce. And I have people here need to reread the Constitution and some of the cases that support it and understand that we can make these determinations. So, not being a constitutional lawyer, I say that commitment to Sitka is a good thing and that having minimal bid is also a good thing.
Any other public comment this evening? Back to the assembly for deliberation. John, I did have a question for you on this because I know it's come up in conversations with you and me in the past. There is under the space for personal use, we've been approached by a business who requires some cold storage space in order to operate their business successfully. Under this personal use, is their business use still able to go forward? Are we not only incorporating someone who wants to deep freeze a deer, but someone who needs to use it for their business? They can still lease space out of this in a sublease agreement, correct?
Well, I'll have to wait and see what the bidders propose. They might offer something like that. The only thing I wanted to specify is that 10% for public storage. Now, that person could use that public storage space if it is available. Again, I'll have to see what the plan of the proposers is. But you will see in the RFP that there's excluded uses at the site. So, you know, obviously no retail sales or equipment storage, but you know, storing product for sale at a restaurant, I find that acceptable under both public storage, under limited amounts, and also in a sublease agreement. Those both seem to be a possibility.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that continued because I think we had some strong thoughts on that, some strong opinions, and there's definitely no other space like this in the municipality, why it's so valuable. And I guess for me, I kind of have to chuckle. We get slammed for this fund having enough money in it to cover major expenses and then cover replacement when it happens. And we get slammed for it being successful. And you know, it just makes me chuckle a little bit when there's a successful operation that even that can be turned into the negative. I think this building is massively successful. I think it's been a massive success for our community, and hopefully it'll continue forward in its current iteration. When we do need to make some major upgrades or repairs, there's a fund for that available already, and we won't have to lease, or we won't have to loan and further the burden. So I think the Marine Service Center is a massive success in our community, and I'm glad we found a way to fix the wall in front of it to continue. Chris?
I do actually have a question. How in this RFP are we making sure that we're covering the cost of operation? Because it has been extremely successful in the past with our 2 anchor tenants. So yeah, I just want to make sure that this fund keeps doing as well as it has been. At least is covering its bases.
Currently, the lease is covering the expenses. I mean, the lessee pays their own utility costs while we're there. And I think the health of the working capital fund balance should be the indicator. And the fact that we're able to pull from that working capital partially for the seawall. So we are covering our expenses, and we're earning enough revenue to keep investing back into the building.
Tor?
Just to follow up on that, if you get it and you don't think that it is going to cover our needs, we don't have to accept the proposal, right? I mean, if somebody bids $1, we can say, well, we're just gonna not accept it.
I have had folks propose $1 before, and there is a section in the RFP that we reserve the right to negotiate with the proposer and waive formalities, and basically deny any bids if they don't meet the best value requirement for the city.
Anything further on the cold storage,
Just a question.
please?
Looking at page 3, the contract requirements, section A and section 3, the public use for refrigeration, would that be factored in on both of those as far as their overall plan, as well as what percentage or how much will be set aside for public use? Or how do you differentiate that? Is it kind of crossover between the?
I lost where you're at. You said page.
Yeah, page 3, under the general contract requirements,
Okay.
section A and section C, they award points. A is kind of general, what's your plan to use the space? And then C is specifically, what is your plan to make public use available? So does public use of that space factor into kind of both of those overall ratings, or you separate that out?
I'm separating that out. I really want a specific scoring criteria for the public use piece of this, because you could have a proposer come in and say they just want to use it for their business purposes only, and I think that would fall more under A, just their plan to operate the cold storage facility.
Okay, and so the 10 points are specifically for how much is made available for public access?
Correct.
Anything further? Sarah?
On the motion to approve the request for proposals for rental of the Marine Service Center cold storage space and advertise for a 30-day period, Mr. Yestad?
Yes.
Ms. Duncan?
Yes.
Mr. Mosier?
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbeiß?
Yes.
Mr. Pike?
Yes.
And Mr. Christensen?
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0.
Our next item in front of us is to reappoint a replacement assembly member. As with the last process we went through, a motion was made to nominate individuals, and then the assembly went through a deliberation process in the past. I would prefer that to be the same process again that we handle this evening.
So are we free to make a motion?
Please.
I'd like to make a motion. I nominate JJ Carlson to fill Rebecca Himschutz's spot. Is that?
you're actually historically, what we've done is nominating all of them.
Oh, I did it wrong. Okay.
Your motion is valid if that's the motion you choose
No,
to make.
let's stick
but
with, let's, we can
yes,
stick with,
historically, that has been
let's do it that way.
the course.
I nominate JJ Carlson, Greg Dunn, Steve Lee, Drew Thompson, Carol Voisin, and Richard Ween to serve the remainder of Rebecca Himschutz's term until the results of the next regular election are certified on October 10th, 2023.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to nominate the previous names to fill Rebecca Himschutz's term. Is there any public comment on the names to fill the terms? Or term, singular, not multiple. We'll bring it back to the assembly for discussion.
Can we maybe more explicitly invite the candidates to, because I know from reading this, I'm not ready to vote.
Assembly members are able to compel someone to come up and testify, although they're not obligated to.
Yeah, I just would encourage anybody who's put their name in to come up and explain why they should be our candidate.
At this point, you'd have to ask someone specifically who you'd want to hear from.
Well, I will ask everybody Kevin just said to come up and speak.
Hi, hi everyone. I'm Drew Thompson, and I'm applying for the honor of filling Representative Himschutz's seat on the Assembly. So I've been in Sitka for a short time, but I've had the privilege of getting to know this place, I think, from a unique lens as a provider here, working at Sitka Medical Center and at Search, and I've really grown to love Sitka. I think it's an exciting and time to be on the Assembly because of the challenges that are facing our city that I think present a lot of threats to our future, and that this Assembly has a lot of power to influence. I think that my perspective as a physician, I think adds a different lens to the Assembly that I think will be helpful. I think in light of COVID, but also in light of the other health crises that are facing our city now and in the future, I think I bring a spirit of collaboration to the Assembly. I'm willing to work with all of you and for the benefit of the city. I think I bring my own perspective to the position, but I think bring a spirit of collaboration, and it would be an honor, and I appreciate being considered, and thank you.
Any questions for the applicant while he's up in front of us? Great, thank you for your time this evening.
I'm Carol Voisin, and I submitted my letter of intention. And I just want you to know that I would find it to be an honor to serve with you on this Assembly. And I think I bring the skills such that I could hit the road running, especially when you have a budget before you and you have other issues that I have dealt with before at my previous experience in Ashland, Oregon, as a counselor for 8 years and also serving on commissions. So I bring experience. I also bring a real fine attitude of teamwork and working together and listening to the public and trying to understand where they're coming from and who they are, and representing them as well as the larger community. And it's a balancing act. And listening to you this evening, I heard you struggle with finding that balance. And I really appreciate the way you were so honest and engaging with one another. And I think I fit into that kind of attitude and way of dealing with one another. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Great, thank you for your time. If anyone else is so inclined, the microphone is available.
Good evening. I'm JJ Carlson. I think that as a young female professional, that I bring a good voice to my friends, my community, with the strategic plan ahead of us that the city's laid out with childcare and housing as top priorities. I have a good vision for that. And think that collaboration and teamwork are great ways to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant? Thank you. Last call for applicants.
Good evening, Assembly. My name is Richard Ween. I think it is no secret that I have an interest in civic and community issues. I've attended virtually every single meeting over, in essence, the last half decade. I serve my community as a physician and surgeon, which means that I serve virtually the entire catchment for search and for Sitka for a long period of time. And I feel that I have a lot of, I'll say, institutional knowledge. So when you talk about hitting the road running, I've been to the meetings, I've read all the packets. And so therefore, I believe that you may not necessarily like what my opinion is, but I think it's important when you deal with issues to have differing opinions, because unless you have a differing opinion, you can't compromise. Compromise is you want to sell it for 10 and somebody wants to buy it for 8 and you agree at 9. But if you didn't have that difference, then the conversation never occurs. And if the conversation never occurs, I don't think that there is an opportunity to grow. Bottom line is, I'm a physician for more than 40 years. I'm currently chairman of the Alaska State Medical Board. I have made enormous decisions. I take complex information, I synthesize it, and I come up with solutions. And sometimes that is a very important skill. And I realize that it might not be enough. I sometimes felt, should I have a Nobel Prize, that it would still not be good enough. But I've served my community well. At the end of the day, I'm interested, but Ialia acta est. So thank you very much for your time and listening. And I see the timer isn't going, so maybe I'll continue to speak for a little while. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Back to the assembly for deliberation. Kevin?
I've already made my intention known, because my first motion, after reviewing these, they all had a lot to say. And I thought they were all very well written. I believe I would like to have JJ Carlson on there. Even though she's only been back about 1.5 years, 2 years, she was born and raised here, so she knows the town. I feel like it's really important being on the assembly that that you're here a while, that you get a sense of the mood and the culture and the rhythm of the people. Sitka is, as was said in the previous discussion, a very unique place. And so, you know, I wasn't born and raised here, but I've been here almost 30 years now. It takes a while to really understand this town and how people think. So I like that. And she's, you know, a female, and most of the members here are male. I think it brings good diversity. I think that is, and that's good. And then also the other thing, the really thing that clinched me is she said not much, it wasn't super profound, but she said she likes to keep the big picture in mind. And that's always what I really value. We can get really down into the weeds and try to focus on one thing sometimes. We really, in every issue, we need to try to look at the big picture of what we're doing, why we're doing it. So those are my thoughts.
Tor?
Yeah, I would say, first of all, we have a nice slate of well-qualified candidates, and I appreciate everybody who put their name in. And I would actually agree mostly with what Kevin said, but I want to bring up, the idea of if it's not really truly possible to try and get somebody who is as closely like Rebecca as possible. And I think that JJ would fit that because, various reasons, but that Kevin has already brought up some, but just somebody who, would recognizably be fulfilling the same constituency as Rebecca. And so again, that's why right now, at least, unless somebody changes my mind, I'm going to plan on voting for JJ.
Tim?
Well, I want to thank you all for making this a lot tougher, very tough for us. I agree with Tor. Everybody's very qualified and brings a perspective that's important to the assembly. So I don't think we're going to go wrong by picking anyone in particular. So, however, I am going to go with JJ as well because I think she brings the perspective that I agree with Tor, aligns with most closely with Rebecca, and that's why I'm going to vote.
Crystal?
Yeah, I wanted to start off by giving props to Rebecca. Her and I started this journey together, and I had no idea that I would cry at the last meeting. I was so embarrassed to do so, but she brought a lot to the table, and her and I were sitting on this side of the table. So I feel like we've kind of gone through this experience together. So I first have to really plug that I appreciated her contributions to the assembly. I know we did this at the last meeting, but I just wanted to emphasize that because it's important to me. She definitely brought a unique perspective. And we talked when we were actually trying to fill this seat about that diversity of perspectives and how, we have various life experiences that basically inform our decisions at the table or where we're coming from on each topic. We may get there in the vote, but I assure you, we didn't get there in the same way. We have different frames of reference. So just like you, I went through and I was really appreciative of the fact that so many people were interested in applying for the position. That in itself speaks to us people who want to be engaged in the process. And so that was really uplifting to see and have letters to go through to kind of narrow down. Of those, I was looking at what Rebecca brought and who may have similarities that because she was voted into the position for a reason, and she served really well. And so I actually narrowed it down to JJ and Carol, because I think we need to talk about those experiences and how those inform our decision-making and how we need to reflect the greater community. And sometimes it's just difficult to do so. So the easy ones to identify, gender most obvious, but ethnicity is another one that you could pretty much suss out. The other ones that are also important would be things like socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, abled religious background. All of those will give differing perspectives just because you grew up with that perspective, which is different from ours. So we want to enable that at the table and encourage that. And so when I looked at the number of candidates, like I said, for me, it was a toss-up because I really do think that Carol puts a lot of good, useful information. We weren't born and raised with her in this community, and she recognized that. So she said, here's my background, here are my qualifications, here are the issues that I'm concerned with. I felt like there was a lot of meat there. So I am fine with either. I don't quite know. I can see that support is leaning towards JJ, and I'm happy about that because I also think that she'll be a stellar assembly member. So we're sitting in a good position of having a difficult decision tonight. And so I'm not quite sure how I'm going to vote, but I did kind of narrow it down, and I thank everybody who applied. This is an important process to kind of fill out and serve that term until the next election. So gonna Chish.
Further deliberation before the vote? Sarah, on round one anyway?
Mayor, sorry,
Yeah.
how does this work? Can you remind me how this is going to work?
So I'm randomly going to call your names, and then you will indicate who you'd like to vote for.
Okay.
Vote for one. If we have to do, if no one receives a majority and we have to go to round two, then there'll be a round two voting as well. Thank you for asking for clarification before you do something that you don't know what you're doing. Sarah.
All right. Mr. Yestad,
JJ.
Mr. Mosier,
JJ.
Mayor Eisenbeiß,
Carlson.
Mr. Pike,
Carlson.
Ms. Duncan,
JJ.
and Mr. Christensen.
JJ Carlson.
All right, JJ. You may take a seat. Actually, we'll do your oath first. Oh,
With the reindeer nose, please.
yeah.
You wore it, you will now, so.
Mm.
I'll just say one comment. Mr. Mayor, so allowed me to just say one comment. I forgot to say thank you to everyone who applied. I do think that we had all brought a lot. You know, Carol would have been my second. I appreciate everything that everyone did to apply. It takes a lot to put your name out there, even for an appointment. So thank you.
And JJ, I was gonna say that you have to borrow a Christmas sweater and not be the one that doesn't, but since Tim decided to come up in a very festive mode as well, I think you'll let it slide this time. So welcome. And I'm sure Sarah will be reaching out with lots of information for you in the very near future. So welcome. Unless there's anything else on item G. Okay, that'll bring us to item H, which is a reassignment of assembly liaisons where needed. So we have a sheet in front of us that should have been on your table and indicating multiple primary liaison appointments that were previously filled and are not. Going to go through a process to redistribute some of those. Newer members, don't feel like you have to take all of those on, but if there are any that you're interested in of those, please let us know and we'll get one or two on your plate and then see what other people can possibly fill in there. So historic preservation, and I won't limit this to just the new members as well. If anyone has capability and ability to act as liaison, please let me know. Crystal?
Before we begin, Mr. Mayor, I was wondering if it's possible for me, trying to minimize evening meetings to become an alternate for Library Commission if possible. So I want to make that available in case somebody had that as an interest.
Okay, thank you for letting us know. If someone does have ability to be a primary for the library, we'll come back to that one at the end of the other ones as well. Historic preservation. Are there either of you that
like to do historic preservation.
Okay. Is there an alternate for that? I don't know if there was an alternate before, but.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Police and fire.
I'll take that one.
Thank you. Tree and landscape.
I'd like to do tree and landscape.
Thank you. School board.
They actually meet on the same. One starts at 5 though, and the other is 6. Just right across the way. So that might work.
If you do find that to be difficult to manage, please let us know and we can go through this process again.
I can move up to primary on school board.
Thank you. Would someone be able to be an alternate? If not, generally I can do that. Thank you. And then Sustainability Commission, we're looking for an alternate. And again, if no one is able, and Sarah will put out an email to see if anyone.
Do we
can
know
attend.
when they're meeting yet?
It's listed as TBD.
It's the second, is it second Monday?
Second Monday of each month.
Yeah.
Second Monday?
6:30 start.
So as soon as the NFL season's over.
Tor sounds interested, so
You're
it is an
taking-
alternate seat.
It's an alternate? I
It
can
is
be
an alternate seat.
Okay.
Thank you. That'll wrap us back around to library. Crystal has expressed some conflicts there. If anyone else is able to do a primary to library or a really good backup alternate. If not, Crystal, just when you're unavailable, if you could just let the clerks know and they'll send out an email to find a liaison. Sarah, did I cover everything you needed me to cover? Perfect. Anything else on reassignment of assembly liaisons before we move on? Great, thank you. That'll bring us to persons to be heard. This is public participation for any item on or off of tonight's agenda, not to exceed 3 minutes for any individual. Please.
Good evening. My name is Richard Ween, and I know that you don't have to be a seer or a great prognosticator or even Nick the Greek in order to know that I will be continuing my role as coming to every meeting and making commentary. One of the things that struck me, which I thought was wonderful, were all the candidates. And at the end of the day, I generally, today is a little different, I think. I'm generally kind of like the sole survivor here. And with all these people who are interested, it'll be wonderful to have company at the ends of the meeting. Because isn't that what it's about? To be interested and not necessarily have to sit in the seat, but to demonstrate interest. So I will be here and continue to do that. Hopefully we'll do well. One of the things I'd like to do and make it public is that we had snow and how timely the assembly addressed that most important issue. And I'd like to give a shout out, a very big one, to all the ATV team who went out and removed the snow on all those sidewalks. And if there is a proclamation to be given at some time, maybe at the spring equinox or solstice, whatever it is, they should get a proclamation because they did a darn good job. Important things that happen is that we heard that there weren't a lot of changes to be made. But one thing the assembly has to remember, people who come up here, who sit here at this table, I'll call it the people's table, only get 180 seconds. And therefore you can basically only make 1 or 2 points. So you cannot say there is no interest unless there is more time given. then, and we can suss this out completely, that it's not necessarily a decision or a judgment that you can make. Bottom line is 180 seconds is not a lot, and but you certainly can say a lot. I'm sure that you know that the CPI came out today at 8:30, and whether you believe it or not, and I don't, the number, the bottom line is inflation is here, inflation is real. Just go to CMart, go anywhere and you'll see it. And Sitka is still very expensive.
Any other persons to be heard on or off the agenda? Seeing none, that'll bring us to reports. Just a quick report from myself this evening, as I have not had time to compile all my thoughts from Alaska Municipal League. I do have some, I think a successful Alaska Municipal League is when you sit through lots and lots of sessions and you come home with about 5 tidbits of information. So I'll have those 5 tidbits for you, and perhaps some things that we can look at going forward. But I will get that all compiled for our next meeting, and then have a little bit longer report for you. John?
Thanks, Mayor. I was also at AML last week, along with the Alaska Municipal Management Association for 2 days of that week. I'm now a board member, one of the board of directors on one of the at-large seats for the Alaska Municipal Management Association. The next big event there is the Northwest Managers Conference for ICMA. That includes Alaska and the Pacific Northwest states. That's going to be in Fairbanks on March 27th through the 30th. Which is also the same time as C-Trade. So it looks like I'll be missing the first event as being on the board. So still encouraging some participation from Alaska municipalities there. One of the things that came up in the Municipal Management Association meetings that I think is worth repeating is somebody asked the question, are your cost estimates coming back way higher than your engineering estimates? And every single city said yes to the tone of 2 to 3 times higher. So it is not unique. We're feeling the effects of inflation, and the construction estimates are coming back very, very, very high. I also had to give a presentation on managing in a growing economy through the the economic analysis studies and the Southeast by the numbers. Sitka is one of the fastest growing economies right now in Alaska. So they'd asked us to provide a few words there. So that presentation seemed to go well. We talked about the growth in tourism here. We talked about the hospital project. We talked about the incoming Coast Guard cutter. And we talked about the marine haul out and the fishing trades with some growth there, and then how we're going to try to manage that with our housing and childcare needs. So some great conversation. I also attended one of the sessions on vehicle chargers because we submitted a letter of interest to the AEA under their program. I think under that program we qualified for one, but they kind of clarified some of the terms now that there's a 20% match in that program, whether it's the municipality, but they're really urging private organizations to do this. And as you can imagine, one of the questions that came up is when a municipality provides these chargers, should they be free? And the overwhelming feedback was they should absolutely not be free. From a equity standpoint, it should be whatever your power rates are, and maybe even possibility of a premium on top of that to cover the cost of the maintenance and upkeep of the infrastructure that you would put there for that use. So I'm sure we'll hear more on that, and I hope some of our local businesses apply under that program, and maybe they can put some vehicle chargers there on their own. And last, you had approved the acting administrator list. So thank you for that, because that's my way to maybe take a vacation day every once in a while. So I have a few days planned. I plan on being out Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week. Going to go down to Seattle and watch the St. Louis Blues beat up on the Seattle Kraken again. And then I'll be out shortly after Christmas at the turn of the year for a few days. But I'll have acting administrators in each one of those days. Thank you.
Any liaison representatives?
Please. Hi, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I attended the last night's Sustainability Commission meeting, went over a variety of things. It was very helpful. Well, first of all, we had a work session where we were able to watch and interact with the ETIP presentation. They had a little more time to ask some questions. And then we had community involvement where people were allowed to ask questions, or we had, whiteboards around and kind of get more information out there, thoughts and concerns. It was a really informative thing, and it was a good turnout. At the actual commission meeting, went over just kind of beginning items when you're starting, kind of code of conduct or that sort of thing, kind of trying to work on just the beginnings of priorities that they might want to work on. I mean, the goals are set out in the ordinance of priorities as far as, because you can't do everything all in 1 year. It was just the beginning of that discussion, and just a little bit of getting to know each other. I also, I try to respect the liaison position, and that it's not to insert my opinion on things. I felt like I was more of a cheerleader, and my input was to encourage them to have fun. It's a challenging issue, but to be creative and have fun. And because if you're doing that, then you're going to keep coming, you're going to keep contributing. So I think it's good. I think I have a good crowd there, and yeah.
Any other liaison reports this evening? Sarah?
Okay, our next meeting is Tuesday, December 27th. I also wanted to thank all of our board, commission, committee members that we have. We do have some vacancies. If anyone's interested, they can contact our office. We have Health Needs and Human Services, Historic Preservation, Library Commission, Parks and Rec, Port and Harbors, and Tree and Landscape.
Thank you. Any other reports this evening? Seeing none, that would bring us to our executive session this evening.
I move to go into executive session to discuss settling a tax debt under the statutory categories of discussing subjects that are: one, the immediate knowledge of which would adversely affect the finances of the municipality, and two, tend to prejudice the reputation and character of any person, and inviting Finance Director Melissa Haley and Brian Jardine of AZ Sporting Charters LLC when ready.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to go into executive session. Is there any public comment?
Good evening, Richard Ween. I'm a big proponent of transparency. And when you talk about using executive session about things that are basically public knowledge, it makes me scratch my head as to why the process is not made public. This is an adjudication, and it's kind of like, would you want your trial, in essence, your decisions made behind closed doors? If that's what happens, it's called a star chamber. So my notion is if this is public knowledge and I see these things published in the paper, then there is really no need to exert executive privilege. Transparency is what we need today. So if you do it, maybe we'll challenge it in the future as to what's going on, if this is truly public information, because the city knows what it is, and you just name the individual, and I believe I can look up maybe how much they owe. But if that's true, we'll find out. As much as you can, keep out of executive session and let the people see how these decisions are made. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment on entering executive session? Sarah?
Okay, on the motion to go into executive session, Mr. Mosier,
Yes.
Mr. Pike,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Mr. Yestad,
Yes.
Ms. Duncan,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
and Mayor Eisenbeis.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. We'll be meeting in room 4.
Meeting room 4, if
which
you didn't
is
catch that.
just down the hall, kitty corner from the auditorium.
Thank you. A motion to reconvene.
I move to reconvene.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Assembly. That concludes our executive session. That would bring us to adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Thank you for your time, Assembly. We are adjourned.